Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members for the attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases on the calendar for the day. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. We now move to our protest hearing status calendar. The first case on our protest hearing status calendar is case number 21 PRO 00030, Capitol View Market, license number 76250. This case has been canceled. The parties have submitted a settlement agreement that the board will consider later on this morning on its legal agenda. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00046, Alley Cat, license number 119797. This case has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement that was provided to the board. The board will review the settlement agreement later on this morning on its legal agenda. Our next case is case number 22251. So this is now our show cause hearing status calendar. Case number 22251 00006, Martha's Market, license number 116862. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning, and please stand by. Atena Fantaye, your rights have been elevated, and Walter Adams, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Foshburn. Mr. or Mrs. Fantaye, do you have a camera that you can turn on? I think, Ms. Foshburn, I believe that Mr. Bianca is there. I think Mr. Bianca represents this licensee. Can you please elevate Mr. Bianca's rights? Okay, I see that Mr. Bianca is not there. All right. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Adams, can you please state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Walter Adams with the DC Office of the Attorney General. I'm representing the District of Columbia today for this case and for all status hearing cases this morning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Bianco, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Richard Bianco, RICHARD, BIANCO, counsel for the licensee, and Mr. Fantaye is here as well. He is the owner of the licensee entity.
Mr. Fantaye, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, sir. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anthony, Anteneh, and the last name is Fantaye, Fantaye.
Good morning, sir. All right, this is a show cause hearing status. Mr. Adams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are no preliminary matters in this case.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 13th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. All right, and just want to remind each party, if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, each party is required to 7 days prior to the hearing to exchange documents and witnesses. The documents and witnesses should be provided to the other side, and also a copy must be served on ABRA's legal counsel's office. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your participation today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can log off if you so, Mr. Fantaye.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22-251-00008, Georgetown Inn, West End, Costas Rumbar, license number 109462. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rest of the parties in this case, please?
Chairperson, I believe Sidon Johannes is for Georgetown Inn, West End, Costas. I'm elevating her rights now. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself.
Hold on, yes, just hold on 1 minute, please. Ms. Foshbon, can you please disconnect Mr. Fantaye, please? All right, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Can we have the government please introduce himself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Walter Adams, representing the District of Columbia, and my name is spelled W-A-L-T-E-R, and Adams is A-D-A-M-S.
Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Can you please spell and say your name for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes, SIDON-YOHANNES, here on behalf of the licensee.
All right, thank you. I just wanted the record to reflect that Ms. Board Member Jenny Henson has recused herself from participating in this case. All right, Mr. Adams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairman, there are no preliminary matters in this case.
Ms. Johannes, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are not.
All right, thank you then. Then this matter then will be scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 13th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind each party that if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, that each party is required to disclose documents and witnesses to each other 7 days prior to the hearing, and a copy of those documents and witnesses should also be served on ABRA Legal. Any questions by anyone?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you then. Have a great day. The next case in our show cause hearing, status calendar, is case number 22 CMP 00014, Empire Lounge, license number 110702. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Richard Bianco's rights are already elevated. I don't see anyone else. Oh, Dessa Lynn Nigusi, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, good morning, Mr. Adams. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Walter Adams, representing the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Mr. Bianco, can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Sure. Richard Bianco, Richard Bianco, counsel for the licensee. Mr. Deslin Nigusi is the owner of the establishment. He is present, and I will have him introduce himself as well.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Nigusi, can you please spell and state your first and last name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. My first name is Desalegn, spelled as Dessaleegn. Nigusie is Nigussie.
Good morning, Mr. Nigusi. Good morning, everyone. All right, Mr. Adams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, there are no preliminary matters in this case.
Thank you. Just Mr. Bianco, any preliminary matters in this case as far as you're concerned, sir?
No, I would just update the board that the Attorney General's office communicated an OIC yesterday. It's under consideration.
Thank you, sir. All right, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 13th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind each party that if this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing, if we actually go to a show cause hearing 7 days prior to the hearing, each side is required to disclose their documents and witnesses to the other side, and a copy should also be served on Abra Legal. Any questions by anyone?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, hearing none, thank you very much. And again, this matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on July 13th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Adams. Thank you very much, Mr. Bianco. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21-251-00012, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of an offer in compromise. See board order number 2022-262. The next case on our calendar, it's a fact-finding hearing on Liberty Development Group, trade name to be determined, license number 115615. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the right of the participants in this case, please?
Stephen Hessler, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Miss Foshbon, do you see Mr. Hessler? Is Mr. O'Brien your attorney, sir?
Yes, good morning. My name is Steve Hessler, and Mr. O'Brien is assisting me as counsel in this matter.
So is he supposed to be here today, sir?
Yes, sir. I thought so.
All right, Miss Foshbon, can you look to see if you see Mr. O'Brien, please?
I don't.
All right, I believe he might be having some. Mr. Hessler, are you able to contact him to see if he's having some challenges getting online, sir?
Yes, if you don't mind, I will call his cell.
Just why don't you mute your line while you call him, sir, please?
Your Honor, I'd like to report two things, if I may.
Yes, sir.
First, I just tried to call Mr. O'Brien and there was no answer. Yesterday, in connection with confirming today's appearance, we were told by staff that we should log in at 11. And so maybe he is abiding by that.
Yeah, I was told that he's on his way, so I'll wait a couple of minutes for him to log on. So I was advised that he was coming, so he should log on shortly, hopefully. Ms. Foster, do you see Mr. O'Brien? I'm not sure, sir. The calendar says 10:30. I'm not quite sure how staff had advised you 11 o'clock, but at least my calendar says this matter was scheduled for 10:30. So we have all the cases stacked up at 10:30, and we call them based on we're not sure they can be settled, but we rapidly move through the calendar. But I did receive a message that Mr. O'Brien was on his way. So it is now 11 o'clock and I'm 11:01, and I'm trying to find out excuse me. Okay.
Just arrived.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the misunderstanding.
All right. Good morning, sir. Can you, I'm not, all right, yes, I can see you now. All right, good morning, Mr. O'Brien. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, sir?
Thank you. I'm Stephen, Stephen, last name O'Brien, O''Brien, and I'm counsel for the licensee, Liberty Development.
Good morning, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Hessler, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Stephen, Stephen Hessler, Hessler, on behalf of Liberty Development Group, Inc. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. All right, this is a fact finding hearing, and the reason we have a fact finding hearing is that this is a license that is in, that has been in, this is a CT license at 13, the address is 1358 H Street Northeast. And this license has been in safekeeping since November of 2019. And this is the fifth request that's been made for safekeeping. And the board routinely, we want licenses to be utilized. And I see our licenses if it's not that if you were to give the license up that you would have a problem applying for another CR license. And so the board is just asking for some clarification. Why is it that where are we and why another request for safekeeping is being made?
Mr. Chair, I'll start, but I'll allow Mr. Hessler to speak as to the substance. I disagree that one can give up a license or not extend safekeeping and simply apply for another license because in the future, because that application ensues public notice, opportunity for protest, extensive delay in the application process to adjudicate the protest. So across the board, not with respect necessarily to this particular license, there are reasons there are reasons to keep a safekeeping license alive as opposed to rolling the dice with a new application at some point in the future. Having said this, Mr. Hessler's activities span several buildings, contiguous buildings in this block, starting with 1350 H Street Northeast, which presently is licensed by the board as Gallerio LLC. And that's a CX license for art gallery event type space. There's an application in 405.1 status. Let me go back a step just so this is not confusing. The 1350 H Street Northeast encompasses both that number and what might be referred to as 1352. Then moving east, the 1354 building is controlled by Mr. Hessler, and that is a 405.1 application for a CT license. 1356 is the summer garden attached in part to 1358, which is the subject of today's hearing. Now, the intention over the recent years has been to find a suitable tenant, replacement tenant for 1358. And given his other activities contiguous to 1358, Mr. Hessler has been very picky, for lack of a better word, as to who he might want to rent to. He rented to the previous licensee, Impala, here, and it did not work out. And not only did it not work out financially, but sometimes the activities at Impala detracted from what he was trying to accomplish at 1350 through 1354. My understanding, after talking to Mr. Hessler, is that he has rejected a number of tenant suitors for various reasons, but do not comport with his desires as to what kind of activities he wants in that block. It is my understanding from talking to Mr. Hessler in preparation for this hearing that he has now pivoted. He's not going to look for a tenant anymore for this building. Rather, he is going to seek to integrate this building into the activities of 1350 through 1354. So the reason for extension of safekeeping is changing here as we talk. But we have not decided at this point how we're going to structure it. Eventually, we may come back to a single license encompassing all of those street addresses. The present activity is, as I say, an event space. They do weddings there. It's not open on a daily basis to walk into. But they do weddings there, and they do what I'm going to call social justice type events. But maybe this is a good point for me to turn it over to Mr. Hessler and describe what it is he intends to do with 1350 through 54 and to roll into that 58, which includes the Summer Garden 56. Steve Hessler?
Yes, good morning to the board. I'd like to thank you for giving me a few minutes. Full disclosure, I am a lawyer. I am a real estate trial attorney, but this is not just me. Liberty Development Group is my wife, Mary Ellen, and me, 50/50. We have owned property on H Street since 1998. We are longtime occupants there, and we have a plan. I'd like to share some facts and not take too long doing it. The 1358 H Street building was, until June of 2019, rented to Impala. I am a litigator, and I sued Impala for possession because of a number of defaults. And they gave me the keys, they gave us the keys in June of 2019, 3 years ago. The facts that I'd like you to consider, which would justify the previous extensions, and then allow you hopefully to reconsider or consider a short further extension, are as follows. We took the property back in the summer of 2019, took some time to inspect it and realized it was in horrible condition. The first thing that we had to do was assess a structural problem in the basement. The second thing we had to do was clean it out because it was unhealthy. And so once we cleaned out the building and got it to respectable shape so that we would avoid an adverse tax situation, we then started looking around to see whether a replacement tenant would work. But it was COVID. There was a pandemic starting in March of 2020. Toward the end of 2020, some commercial tenants and brokers approached us. And I guess I have to stick with the word picky, which my attorney used, but I am informed by the fact that I have handled commercial landlord-tenant cases since 1976. And so I bring to the table a lot of experience, and I don't want to be a doctor that has to heal myself. And so my wife and I took a careful look at restaurateurs and taverns and et cetera, and decided that it wasn't going to work for two reasons. First of all, either somebody did not have a track record or they were undercapitalized. And secondly, the 1356 portion of these properties, that address, is vacant. It's vacant. It is not unused. It is vacant. It's not improved. And that courtyard space, if you went there today, is like the Garden of Eden, and we have weddings. So tomorrow we have a corporate event for a small business. On Saturday, we have a wedding. We use the courtyard, which is right next door. And on Monday, in celebration of Juneteenth, the entire complex is open. We are hosting Jazz for Justice. It's a collaboration between female jazz musicians, the Legal Aid Society, and Jazz for Justice. We're going to be open from 3 until about 8 for a jam session to support social justice. The relevance of that courtyard is that it is the summer garden, which from a use standpoint and a licensing standpoint relates to 1358. And Mr. O'Brien correctly referred to the fact that sharing the courtyard has become a problem. So, fact number one, Mr. O'Brien is correct. To make sure that we have the best use, the best community use, the most consistent use, and the most logical use for the space, we are not going to re-rent to some long-term tenant. We're going to use it ourselves. Number two, we are maintaining the property so that we can use it and then pass whatever inspections are necessary. So first of all, in February of this winter, the building next door, which is, we call it the IMM building, it's shut down, it's vacant, sprang a leak through the common wall. We had to fix that, thousands of dollars. Number two, as of 2 days ago, we rehabilitated our walk-in freezer, and that was $4,000. So we're not letting this building go. We are spending money and applying attention to the physicality and integrity of our building. Number three, we are pivoting, which is the word of the day, so that Liberty Development, which is the owner of the building, and the gallery operation, which is the 4 buildings traveling west, we anticipate using 1358 ourselves in some of the following ways. And the market, the social and industry and entertainment market is changing. The day of the sit-down restaurant, you know, that's not, there's a couple of sit-down restaurants on H Street that are doing very, very, very well. But our business model is now to use that building for ourselves with a full kitchen, sit down inside, service outside in the courtyard as a component to what we're already doing. So the notion of integration is spot on. And I think the last fact, which might be regarded as aspirational, we're not sitting around waiting for Godot, so to speak. We've got assuming that we can fix the building, get the structural aspect fixed, assuming that we can get the building in shape, and assuming that we can get some programming and some ideas, we're planning on using this property and this license 1358 by fourth quarter of 2022. And I'll leave it at that and hope that you would understand that this is sort of a work in progress. We are a unique space. I'd invite any of you to come walk through it. It's wonderful. People love it. And so the use has pivoted from an arm's length rental to some restaurant to we're going to use it ourselves for some of the most fun, culturally enriching, and tasty stuff going on 8th Street. Thank you.
Just to ask, what do you consider, because you're asking for an extension through September 30th. Yeah, this is through September 30th, 2022. So you said fourth quarter. What do you consider fourth quarter?
Well, I believe fourth quarter would be October 1. And so to the extent that we have the confirmation or the confidence rather, that we have a license, that we can do things ourselves, we would start booking, or not booking, that sounds like it's third party, but we would start setting up events for the fourth quarter of 2022 and the winter of 2023, January, February, March, April, because the 1358 building is self-contained. It has a kitchen inside, and it would, if it had its own license, there could be indoor activities similar to what we're doing outside. For instance, if we were to have a wedding in February, the courtyard could be open if it's nice weather or not. We could have a wedding inside that we produce. So the answer to your question is start booking and setting up events and promoting them in the fourth quarter of 2022, and actually starting to execute and perform business and have functions in the fourth quarter of 2022 going forward.
Now, if the board was to, and I just want to ask you this question, I think you kind of answered it already, but this, again, this request is through September 30th, 2022. So if you were to come back to the board requesting another extension, what is it that the board if this license is unable to be utilized fully by October 1st, if you're to come back to the board for another extension, what it is that the board should have expected from you by that time?
Well, this is why I have a lawyer, but my factual answer, my intuitive answer would be, I would have to come back to you at the end of the third quarter with something more than blowing hot air. I would have to show steps that we took to bring the building itself into compliance so that we could get a certificate of occupancy, show that the systems are in order, and that we are DCRA compliant. We would have to show you the timeline that's required in setting up events. And number three, if I were in front of you again, Mr. Anderson, I would give you a list of events that are in the queue, and I can't invite you because that would be unethical, but I would give you a list of events with specifics, because this is sort of a new energy. I talk to bartenders, I represent restaurants, I represent people on the street, and I'm finding that people are looking for something different. So at the risk of sounding goofy, I would say to you, Mr. Anderson, I would come back to you if necessary in 2.5 or 3 months and give you a list of interesting, different things that we're going to do that need a license that we're going to do ourselves. And here's a timeline and here are specifics. I would not come and blow smoke.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. I want to comment on a comment that you made, in the sense that, as you stated, as an attorney, it would have been unethical on your part to invite myself or any board members to come to your establishment. I just want to underline that. Comment. Thank you for raising that point, sir. Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, the reason I say that is because my wife and I are so proud of this space. There's a long story. We won't go into it, but we've spent a lot of time and a lot of our own money on the buildings next door. And so almost by habit, I invite anybody that I'm talking to about our space, I invite them to visit. But I can't do that here, and I'm not.
I will point out that the board may inspect licensed premises at any time. The board of agents.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I have my own. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, for raising that. All right, thank you. Are there any questions by any board members? Mr. Grandis, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Right, sir.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, thank you for your attendance today with the presentation you made. And that I'm a little puzzled because I don't know the history, of this particular license, but help me understand, am I incorrect that part of the proposal of the applicant is that they're going to incorporate this premises with the activities of the contiguous premises at some point?
Yes, to integrate.
Yes. Okay.
And under what license umbrella that may fall at this moment remains uncertain. It is conceivable that we could ask that the 1358 license, the Instant Tavern license, be extended to encompass all the way to 1350, which is already licensed under CX. It is possible that we may ask that the 1350 Gallerio CX license be extended to 1358 to allow constant free flow between these various buildings in an integrated event facility. That's a bit up in the air right now. But I think that's going to be resolved for certain by the time we come back to see the board in October.
Is there, just for the record here, is there a moratorium on that block of any type of ABC license?
No.
Okay, so if the board would decide not to grant the continuation of safekeeping, what's the harm?
The harm is we would have to go out and apply for a new license, and that would open it up to placarding, protest possibility, and at the risk of being argumentative. Many protests are understandable. Other protests are rational, but cause all sorts of delay. I tell people in a new license application, if it's protested and if it cannot be settled by settlement agreement, you're talking 8 to 9 months before the board's written decision is received. And delay harms and kills business deals.
Well, thank you. But Mr. O'Brien, this request is being made by the property owner, which in its own very definition, the property owner controls that space. So it's not as if this was a tenant that's coming to us saying that we'd like to continue safekeeping to protect their economic interest, because the tenant may find that having lost that safekeeping, they're going to have to placard to get a new license. But we're being told today that the thinking of the property owner of that property and contiguous properties is thinking of different options. And quite frankly, they sound very interesting. The thing is, I don't think by ending safekeeping, is there any harm to the property owner, because part of the thinking that's on the record today is that they may use the existing license next door to have that expanded into this space, which, as you know, would be a substantial change, which, as you know, probably would be placard. So I'm just sort of, I don't see the need for continuing safekeeping, because I don't think it harms either the property owner or the applicant. Unless you all can further educate me, because I think that this property owner has complete control.
Yes, there's placarding and then there's placarding. Placarding of a substantial change request doesn't deprive the licensee of the ability to continue to do what is authorized under the license, even if the substantial change is ultimately denied. A new license application starting from scratch is an entirely different animal. And we are reviewing now, and our thinking clearly is evolved here. And this has provoked, the board's scheduling of this fact-finding hearing has provoked discussion between Mr. Hessler and his wife and me about where are we going from here. But one of the alternatives, which we expect to have resolved by the end of this quarter, which is only 3 months away, one of those alternatives is use of the existing tavern license. So we would not want to be deprived of that alternative. But by what I would hope would not be a premature decision by the board to terminate safekeeping.
Final question then is, this contiguous property, what type of license or licenses does it currently have?
Okay, 1350, which also encompasses 1352, has a CX license for an event space. 1354 has a CT license in 405.1 status. That license has not been activated. And then, of course, 1358 and its contiguous Summer Garden 1356 is a tavern license.
Thank you, and thank you for your being here today and your client to help us understand their situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grandis, any other questions by any other board members?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead,
Like
Mr.
that.
Chair.
What is the community's concerns, or have you got any feedback from the ANC commissions or any community groups regarding the use of this property?
I'll let Mr. Hessler answer that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Every time that we've appeared before the ANC, we are greeted warmly, supported by other businesses that speak up. You asked me about the ANC. So the ANC Alcoholic Beverage Subcommittee routinely, as necessary, supports what we ask for and what we do. The neighbors that I see every day when I dump the trash or sweep the space love what we do and ask us, when are you going to do more?
Mr. Hessler, in addition to the private weddings that you host, can you just recite some examples of recent events that have been hosted at 1350 and 1352?
Yes, my wife is a practicing artist, and we support local artists. And we have, I'd say on average, 5 or 6 art openings and art shows per year. We do not charge the local artist 1 penny for the show. And if they sell something off the wall of the gallery, which is the 1354 building, they keep every penny. The events sometimes involve music, for which we have an endorsement, and we have a bar where we can make a little bit of money to pay to keep the lights on. So we do art openings and art shows. We are part of the H Street Festival on Monday, June 20th. As I mentioned before, we are the venue partner with Jazz for Justice for a social justice jazz day, family oriented. The gallery.
Do I recall something about student musicians in the past months?
Yes, about in April, we were the host venue for East of the River Jazz Band. There is a group of parents and music teachers who sponsor East of the River. It's not East of the River Jazz, it's East of the River Steel Band. And so we were the host venue. We had a bar. It was a Saturday afternoon fundraiser for the East of the River Steel Band. Parents, teachers, friends. It was a wonderful, that's the sort of thing that we do with our license. And we have gotten inquiries from other nonprofit groups. There's a lot of interest. So other examples of what we've done in the past, we have been the venue partner for the Krampus March, which is always December 6th. It is a Christmas time holiday kickoff march of these fantastical figures with the Batala Women's Drum Corps and the Morris Dancer. And we fill the courtyard with dancers and music. It's December the 6th. We've done it every year except for pandemic. And so I guess off the top of my head, I could explain more, but it's art and culture and bringing people together, dogs, kids, you name it. And so.
Okay. Chief Short, does that respond to your question?
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Yes, that's what I wanted to do. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short, any other questions by any other board members? Any final comments you want to make, Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Hessler?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, the board will take this matter under advisement on whatever decision that we will make. I just want to, the board has not made any decision whether or not we're going to approve or disapprove of this extension. The purpose of this hearing is to get just some factual information from you to see, as I stated before, this is a 5th request for a safekeeping. And we just want to make sure that we have a good understanding of why is it that a request has been made. And just generally, I believe that if enough information is, we normally do fact finding here and where enough information is not made in the request. So the more information that you provide in your request for, just generally, that you provide in your request for safekeeping to the board, then the board will have less questions to ask. And so when we don't have enough information, that's why we have these hearings. So more information can be provided. So we'll take this matter under advisement and advise you of our decision shortly. All right, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're at the end of our morning calendar, and so let us now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated June 10th, 2022, for case number 21 CIT 00487, Vivid, license number 105922. The offer in compromise are as follows. This is for charge number 1. No owner or ABC board approved manager on premises during hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcohol. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701, DC Code Section 25823A1. The fine is that there's a fine of $250 payable within 120 days of the board's accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made within 120 days, the license will be suspended until payment has been made. I make a motion that the board accepts this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of unopposed motion to lift license suspension in case number 22-251-00012. This is Mirror Lounge license number 117625. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement dated February 7th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Lima Twist, license number 119771. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated June 9th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3E and Alley Cat DC, trade name to be determined, license number 119797. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated June 14th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2C and DC Live, license number 120261. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of First Amendment to Settlement Agreement dated June 1st, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Les Diplomates, license number 088243. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of MPD's request for fact-finding hearing dated May 24th, 2022 in case number 2225100018, Moi Moi Restaurant, license number 120466. I make a motion that the board takes this matter under advisement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for a summer garden endorsement with 28 seats. This is for Exiles license number 102051. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request for offsite storage permit to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory offsite at 5909 Blair Street Northwest. This is for cork and bottled wine and spirits, license number 089012. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review letter of request to waive the requirements for a transfer consent form for a stock transfer. This is Chef Goff's West End, license number 094180. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Hansen, second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review a request to extend operations at the additional pop-up location at 700 Delaware Street Southwest for 30 days. This is for Stars Brewing Company, license number 087686. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental license agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review request to extend the licensed premises to second floor, which also includes a summer garden. This is for Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 117539. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 2, review application for renewal, for license renewal. This is for District Space, license number 112204. I make a motion that we have a fact finding hearing on this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental license agenda is review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support. This is for Fight Club Restaurant, license number 121407. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. All right. We're now moving to the board temporary license and 1-day substantial change docket. There are 16 applications on this agenda. I will review the name of the requested applicant along with the type of license that's been requested, the name of the event and the date of the event and the license number. At the end of the list of 16, I'll make a motion that the ABC board approves these licenses. All right, so the first request is a request from Tondalaya Reed, Tondalaya Reed, 1-day license class F. This is for the 90th birthday celebration on June 18th, 2022. The license number is 121632, 125 attendees, 2 security guard. Number 2, a request from Louise Ann Marine Backwin, and the last name is BATAC -NGUYEN. This is for 1-day license class F. For the event is Show and Suits and Jewelry. This is on June 23rd, 2022. License number 121674, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 3, a request from Negacity Gebreyesus. The first name is spelled Nigisti. The last name is Gebreyesus. This is for 1-day license class G, graduation party June 18th, 2022. License number 121623, 250 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 4, a request from Michael Smith, a 1-day license class G, a dance party in June 25th, June 26th. License number is 121632, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 5, another request from Michael Smith, a 1-day license class G, for a party on July 16th and July 17th. License number 121647, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 6, another request from Michael Smith, a 1-day license class G, for a party on July 22nd, 2022. The license number is 12164, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 7, a request from Christine Wahl, W-A-H-L is how you spell her last name, a 1-day license class G, wedding June 18th, 2022. License number is 12159690 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 8, a request from Vishal Subramanian. The first name is spelled Vishal. The last name is spelled Subramanian. This is a one-day license class G, a wedding on July 4th, 2022. License number is 121682. 110 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 9, a request from Carolyn M. Bryant, one-day license class G, annual spring garden party. This is the license. This is on June 17th, 2022. The license number is 121681. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10 is a request from Crystal Igoji. The first name is spelled Krystal. The last name Ejiogu. A one-day license class G. A wedding June 26, 2022. License number is 121698. 100 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 11, a request from Quattro Esteria, Quattro Osteria, a one-day license, a one-day substantial change for birthday party. Substantial change to change of a DJ on premises. This is on June 19th, 2022. The license number is 118338. The substantial license number is 22SC00803. Number 12, trade name DC Vegan, one-day substantial change. This is a cocktail reception, no entertainment. This is on June 23rd, 2022. Substantial change to use license off premises at 1385 Kennel Road, Southeast Washington, D.C. The license number is 118543. Substantial change number is 22SC00784. Number 13, a request from Power Nightclub Lounge Restaurant. This is a one-day substantial change. This is for the Ethiopian soccer tournament watch party. This is July 7th, July 8th, July 10th, 2022. The nature of substantial change to extend hours of operations only to 6 a.m. The license number is 104228. Substantial change number is 22SC00806. Number 14, it's a request from Kenneth H. Nash, Post 8 American Legion, one-day substantial change. This is event for Congressman Raul Gervais annual Taco Fest event. The congressman's last name is spelled Grijalva. This is on July 19th, 2022. Substantial change to serve beer and wine outside on brick pavement adjacent to the post on D Street, Southeast side. The license number is 000643. Substantial change number 22SC00802. Number 13. Matchbox. Number 15, Matchbox. A one-day license, one-day substantial change. This is for Neighborhood Festival, July 9th, 2022. Nature of substantial change to use license off premises at 3700 Newark Street Northwest between Wisconsin Avenue and Idaho Avenue. The license number is 1116777. Substantial change number is 22SC00801. Number 16, Three Stars Brewing Company LLC, one-day substantial change. This is a jazz festival on June 18th, 2022. Nature substantial change to use license off premises at 1010 Butternut Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. for HR Music Festival at the park at Walter Reed. The license number is 087686. The substantial change number is 22SC00812. I make a motion that ABC Board grants these applications. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our final licensing agenda for the morning. This is a licensed administrative docket. The applicant, there are 14 applications on this docket. Now, these on the licensed administrative docket, this is the final stage prior to the ABC, the agency issuing the license. So the first applicant, so again, as I stated, I will review all 14 applications, and then I'll make a motion that the ABC board approves the request. The first request is a request from Republic Cantina, license number 107578, their retail C restaurant change of hours application. Number 2, Kura Revolving Sushi Bar, license number 116723, their retailer D restaurant, letter of request to remove the officers Stephen H. Ben Ruby, BENRUBI, as CFO. Number 3, Lux DC Restaurant, license number 121023, a retailer C Tavern, carryout and delivery endorsement applications. Number 4, this is a request for a personal importation permit application from Lieutenant Brian Callahan. The license number is 22 IMP 00022. Number 5, a request from El Don Restaurant, license number 088757. Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Chimeli Mexican Cuisine, CHIMALLI. Number 6, a request from Kiki 915 New Street, license number 119480. Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to expand to the adjoining property location located at 917 U Street Northwest, increasing occupancy from 129 to 299 with summer garden seats at 90. Number 7, Noodles on 11th, license number 060525, retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 8, Marcelino, license number 119120, retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 9, DC Harvest, retailer license number 093867, retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 10, Chef Goff's West End, license number 121618, retailer C Hotel transfer without sale application. Number 17, Chicatana Fine Mexican Chicatana Fine Mexican Cuisine, license number 116631, retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 12, Lima Twist, license number 119771, retailer C Nightclub, new ABC license application. Number 13, DC Live, license number 120261, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 14, Shepherd Street Beer and Wine, license number 121630, retailer B&B Beer and Wine, transfer with sale application. I therefore make a motion that ABC board approve the request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short. Mr. Short, you're on mute, sir.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now at the end of our calendar and at the end of our agenda items for the morning. I would like to thank the members of the public who have participated in our hearings this morning and the board members who have also participated in our hearings this morning. The board is now recessing until 1:30. We will have our public session at 1:30, and I now direct the board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great morning. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining with me this afternoon, our 5 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, we have 4 cases on our calendar. And once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and equipment. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If you have any questions, if you need any technical assistance, please use the question and answer feature to ask questions, please. Our first case on this afternoon calendar, it's a one-day substantial change application from Barcarda Wine Bar, license number, I do not have, yeah, it's a substantial change license. Now I don't have the license number license number is 115719. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Nathan Fisher, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Fisher.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fisher. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Nathan Fisher, Nathan Fisher.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Fisher.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Fisher, this is a substantial change. It's my understanding, well, not my understanding, you filed a substantial change application to allow outdoor pride event. The board, we had a protest hearing where we issued by board order number 2021-181 that was issued on April 22nd, 2022, denying the substantial change for you to have entertainment. Now, if I amplified, the board order stated in particular term, board order 2022-181, it basically states that no amplified sound or music shall be heard outside the premise except for the nominal use of the establishment's doors for ingress, egress, and ingress. And so therefore we denied live entertainment on the premises or on the sidewalk cafe. Now, the reason why the board, as you recall, we did have a protest hearing. This license was protested by the ANC and the Group of 5 or more. And so neither the ANC nor the Group of 5 or more wanted us to give you a license for this to occur. And so the question today, sir, what is it that has changed? Why you're asking for a substantial change request to have an event on, I think this is to have a drag performance on June 28th, 2022.
Yeah, so with discussions with our neighbors and our ANC, we understood that if the ANC gave us approval for a one-time, that would be okay. And after talking to them, that Dan, our ANC chair, gave us approval to do this one-time Pride event at the end of the month.
Now, have you spoken to any of the protestants? I mean, and the reason why I'm asking, sir, I'm looking at the decision that was issued in April, and from what I saw here, factually, we had concerns that, for example, Mr. Alan Cannon, he lived in the condominium near your establishment, and Mr. Cannon had stated that usually you do not create any disturbance. But on one occasion, on June 29th, 2021, while in his home, he heard a commotion related to an event held at the Bacardi Wine Bar about 8:30 p.m. Specifically, the establishment appeared to be hosting a bingo game and had a device amplifying someone's voice. He said there was also a large crowd gathered around the entertainment sidewalk cafe that obstructed traffic. Inside his unit, he could hear shouting coming from Bacardi's sidewalk cafe. So this was an event that you had June 29th, 2021. And now you're asking us to have an event on June 28th, 2022, which my assumption, it is similar to this event that Mr. Kenneth had complained to us about during the protest hearing. So what gives? How is it that, how can this board amend its decision to allow you to have this event when your neighbors complained about a similar type of event that you had around the same period last year?
Sure. So for after that particular event last year, and with the talks that we've had with both the ANC and our neighbors, we now know what went wrong with that. We know that advance notice to our neighbors, as our ANC chair has asked us to do, in order for him to approve this one-term event, is needed, and we have reached out. Once our understanding is, once this is approved, we will work with Dan to reach out to all of our neighbors, and we have all of the email addresses also to those protestants that this event was going to happen, that this event can happen.
But have you approached any of these, especially the protestants who protested this event the last time? Have you specifically reached out to them to say, we're going to ask the ABC board. I know that you protested the application. The ABC board denied our application to have entertainment. I'm aware that we had this event we had this event last year, something similar last year. And if we were to have this event again, can we have this event, and how could we approve it? Have you had this conversation with any of your neighbors, sir?
We have had this conversation with the ANC, and the ANC, and our understanding was we just needed the ANC's approval to get ABRA approval, and the ANC during those discussions said they will give us approval, which they have, as long as we reach out to the neighbors and tell them that this is happening.
Now, all right, so when you said the ANC, I know this is Mr. Dan Orlansky, who was one of but is it this, did the entire ANC support this event, or was it just him?
Dan gave us a written note approving it that we forwarded to ABRA when we asked for this one-time change.
The reason why I'm trying to make a distinction, I'm trying to find out if a single member district cannot speak a single, and I know that Mr. Orlansky, from the representation that you're made, is the chairperson of the ANC. I think he's the chairperson. One of the things that I'm trying to get a clarification from, is it that he's saying the entire, I know that the agency has received the communication that you speak of. And so maybe I'll ask the agency to share that with me right now, Senate, because I don't have it in front of me. I'm trying to make a distinction whether or not is it Mr. Orlansky in his individual position as ANC for the area, or as the ANC chair who supports this event. That's the difference I'm trying to make, because remember, this is April that we issued a decision, because the ANC and the protestant came and complained about an event that you had in June of last year, and you're having this, here it is again, you're having another event in June, and that you're asking us to amend our order to give you permission to do that, sir.
I do not know what communications Dan might have had with the rest of the ANC. All I know is when we asked, a few days later, he came back and said that and sent us his approval. I know originally one of their hesitations of giving us substantial change in general was this idea of having events all the time. And one of the things that we talked about is having one or two events throughout the year. Doing a one-time change was something that the ANC would approve of. And thus, that's why we're going down this route.
And as I said, I'm not trying to, Mr. Fisher, I'm not trying to badger you, but remember, I'm reading the decision, and one of your neighbors, Mr. Cannon says that they usually, and I'm reading from the decision where Mr. Cannon indicated that Barcarta usually does not create disturbance. However, June 29th, 2021, I specifically remember June 29th, 2021, when they just had a party. And this party that they had in June of 2021, whatever goodwill I had towards this establishment, I've lost it. So how is it that, what is it that if the ABC board was to grant this exception for this one-time event, what is it that you plan to do, you plan to do to ensure that what happened in June 29th, 2021 would not occur?
Just like we promised with the ANC to get their approval for this, we are going, if this is approved, the first thing we're going to do is reach out to all of our neighbors, let them know, give them a heads up. We also know that the sound that was used at the event last year will not be used again this year. Most of the drag performance will be inside, and this will just be to let the drag queens go outside to for anyone who is sitting out there as well. And so every measure that we have learned through the issues that the neighbors had from last year, we plan to implement and do it closely with them.
What's the capacity of your sidewalk cafe, sir?
So the sidewalk cafe is only 18, so most of the people will be inside or on the streetery.
Well, and you have a streetery also? So you have a sidewalk cafe and a streetery?
Yes.
And I know that streeteries are a creation of COVID. So, and I'm not quite aware if DDOT has issued significant regulations regarding streetery. So what's the capacity currently of your streetery? I'm just asking you because we haven't issued any regulations yet. So what's the capacity of your streetery?
Right now we have 5 tables of 6 on our streetery.
So 6, so that's 30 people you can have in your streetery, plus 18 on your sidewalk cafe. That is 48 people. Now, one of the things also, and the reason I kept talking, I'm reading the decision where Mr. Cannon said there was a large crowd gathered around the establishment sidewalk cafes that obstructed traffic. So you're saying what you just stated was that you're going to have the drag performance be outside. So how is it that how are you going to prevent overcrowded on the sidewalk cafe? And how is it that you're going to prevent folks from obstructing traffic?
So we do have staff members that make sure that no one will be on the sidewalk. This event would not, the drag queens will be performing both inside, and then we'll be able to, we just wanted to do this right. So they are able to go outside and collect, you know, their tips from people who are sitting outside that may not be able to sit inside.
So tell me about this event, sir.
Our idea is to do a celebration for Pride called Wind Down Pride at the end of the month, and have between 3 or 4 drag queens be able to perform and have a kind of celebration of the end of Pride Month.
And how is this event advertised?
We have not advertised it yet, but we would hopefully sell tickets for seats both inside and outside.
How many tickets do you plan to sell, sir?
It would be 48 for outside, the 5 tables of 6 in the streetery, the 18 for the sidewalk cafe, and then about 20 for inside.
So after you've sold those tickets and I show up there with my 10 friends because, you know, I heard about this wonderful drag performance that you're going to have. So I showed up with my 10 friends because we want, what are you going to do?
We will not be able to sit them.
But won't I be, but I'm going to stand then, okay, since I won't be seated, why would I not then stand in the street to watch the performance? So will there be performance inside, outside, or I'm trying to find out.
So the outside part of a performance, we're trying to do a hybrid, so they can, you know, start their performance inside and then go outside so that they can get as many of the tips as they can. The outside part of the performance would just be in front of our door, where this sidewalk cafe is. And so I can't imagine anyone would be able to even see if they were standing not in front of our door or sitting down at one of our tables.
So all right. Is there where this, the streetery, of course, is in the street. So where is your streetery in comparison to your sidewalk cafe?
Perpendicular or parallel. So the
Parallel.
sidewalk. Yep.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So our door is the sidewalk cafe is right to the left of our door, and then parallel to that on the street is our streetery.
So where's the sidewalk?
The sidewalk is in between that area.
So how do you plan to police the sidewalk to ensure that if I want to traverse through the sidewalk? Because again, did you have this streeter last year when you had this event? Did you have the streeter at the time? You had the streeter,
Yes.
sir?
Yes.
So you had the streetery last year.
And we had two staff members on both sides of the streetery to make sure that no one, because this is a seated event, so no one is standing up and getting into the sidewalk. And it's to make sure that the sidewalks are clear. So if anyone was walking up and down the sidewalk and stopped to watch, we ask them to move because we want to make sure that the sidewalk is clear.
But what's the difference between, you said it's a seated event this year, so what was it last year? Tell me about the event last year.
Last year was a seated event as well. We did the same thing. Our understanding though, what happened last year was that people from U Street started coming in and watching, and we did our best to tell them that they weren't allowed to be there. And that's you know, when we told them they couldn't stand there, they left.
But Mr. Fisher, that didn't work. That did not work because, and I'm not just picking, the reason why I'm picking on Mr. Cannon, because I'm looking at our decision, and Mr. Cannon complained about that. Mr. Cannon said there was a large crowd gathered around the establishment sidewalk cafe that obstructed traffic.
I
I'm
would
sorry,
like
go
to
ahead.
say that traffic was never obstructed. No one was in the street, and if there was a large crowd within the streetery, that's probably what he saw, as there was 30 people in the streetery. But we made sure very well that no one was in the street and no one was in the sidewalk. I didn't see anyone blocking sidewalk.
The reason why I'm saying that, sir, he testified under oath, and in denying the permanent license, the board credited his testimony. So the board credited his testimony that what was occurring blocked traffic. So I know you're saying that. So your denial, unfortunately now, sir, it's not credited because the board credited the testimony of Mr. Cannon under oath that this occurred. And so therefore, I'm now taking this factually to say that factually, that there was a large crowd gathered around the establishment sidewalk cafe and that it obstructed traffic. You stated that you had 2 employees last year who were supposed to assist with this. Clearly, it did not work. So if the board was to even do this, would you commit? How many more staff members would you commit to hiring to ensure that this area is not obstructed?
Since then, we have doubled our staff, and everyone on staff will be working that day. So we will have at least 4, if not more, in the street, around the sidewalk, to make sure that the sidewalk is not obstructed. We definitely will commit to that.
So how do you plan to prevent noise disturbances?
So we this year we will not have a large speaker or any type of amplification outside, except for a small Bluetooth speaker that we're just going to place in the sidewalk cafe, because again, the sidewalk cafe is only where we will have the drag queens go when they are performing outside, not inside. And we currently have, or working on, and half of it's already done, curtains around the streetery, so that those 5 tables in the streetery, there's some noise cancellation there.
So you're saying that you would install curtains in the streetery too. Anything else you plan to do, sir?
Those, I know that we will, one of the promises we made with the ANC is that we will be in contact with our neighbors throughout that day as well. And if they do have some complaints that it is getting too loud, we will give our warnings to those outside, and if they do have complaints again, we will stop the outside music.
Now, you stated that. So, what else is going on June 20th? I'm sorry. What else is going on? Or what, if anything, are you aware will be going on U Street on June 28th?
Nothing that I know of.
So the reason I brought that up, because you said that when you had the event on June 29th last year, that folks on U Street came over. So was there anything going on U Street for the people on U Street to come over to the establishment? That's what I'm trying to find out. What was going on, if you recall, that folks from U Street came over to your establishment last year?
I know it was like one of the first weeks that everything started opening after COVID. So I believe it was just everyone was out and about because they were excited that all establishments were open. I also know that there was a event at the Lincoln Theater that evening that is kind of catty corner down the street, right next to Ben's Chili Bowl, that let out at the same time.
Do you know if that was a Pride event?
The Lincoln Theater event, I do not know if it was a Pride event or just a concert, but I do know that when they let out, that whenever the Lincoln Theater ends a show, a lot of people do tend to go on to U Street.
Now, do you have any idea if there is going to be any events? If there's an event scheduled for June 28th, 2022 at the Lincoln Theater, do you?
At the Lincoln Theater. I am looking that up right now. Their calendar does not show any event happening that day.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Short has a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
First, I'd just like to get something on the record. Normally, this board, when an ANC commission, we get a letter that they had a meeting and the whole ANC approves a substantial change. So my question is, did the whole ANC give you a note, or did just one person on the ABC that you know gave you a note that it's okay this time? This is for
we reached out to Dan asking for ANC approval. And after a couple of days, he gave the note back saying you have the approval as long as you reach out to the neighbors and make sure that there's a dialogue during that day with the neighbors in case anything were to come up. What those conversations were between Dan and other ANC members, I'm not privy to.
Is it also your testimony that nothing's changed from last year about sidewalks or about your eatery or about the number of people that you are planning to have outside with the drag queens when they come out to the exterior? What's changed from last year about the numbers of people you have? And you're going to have, you say, 4 people? And I'd just like to make a comment for the record also. If MPD, the Metropolitan Police Department, can't make people clear the sidewalks, how will you enforce clearing the sidewalks?
So last year with our staff members on either side, we did a good job making sure that the sidewalk, especially in front of our establishment and the apartment building, were clear. As opposed to what happened last year, this is going to be less people because last year more people were in this streetery.
Okay, well, I'll just simply say this, sir. I remember some film or video being introduced where someone across the street in an apartment filmed the street being blocked and in front of your eatery being blocked. You remember that from the hearing last year?
I do not believe any film was introduced during that hearing.
Okay, all right. Well, you might not remember, but the question I'm asking you is, what has changed? And you expect this board, because you have a note from an ANC commissioner, a note, not a signed letter from the ANC, saying that you can have this event, and then all you have to do is notify the persons who complained last year after you get permission from this board. Why not get permission from those persons first and then come to this board? Why the reversal?
It was told by us in our understanding that to get a one-time change, that all we had to do was get approval from the ANC.
An approval or a note?
Approval. That's what it was told by us.
Well, maybe you're not familiar with the ANC's workings here in the District of Columbia, but normally before this board, ever since I've been on the board, it takes a letter from the ANC about a meeting that they hold once a month or whenever they have their meeting, and that the letter that comes from the ANC comes from that meeting. So are you aware of any meeting that the ANC had to give you permission to do this?
I am not aware. All I know is when we reached out to Dan asking for approval, after 2 days, he sent us the email back that we shared with Abra.
Okay. And do you remember last year's testimony that someone who lives in the apartment next door to your business says their bedroom is right on that front and that they, for that whole evening, could not use their bedroom because of the noise that was coming from your establishment with people blocking the street? You remember that? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of the testimony that was given, and again, that's why we are going to reach out to each and every one of them. I know this event is going to be from 7 to 9. It will be done by 9, and we are happy to engage with all of our neighbors throughout the whole day of that event.
What was the hours last year?
Last year it went to 10.
Went to 10. What time did everybody eventually leave the street? Now, talk about when you closed your event down. What time did the citizens or the people from your street or whomever else, what time did those people leave from in front of your business or in front of those apartments?
I would say by at least 10:15, as we do close at 10, and we wanted to clean up and get everyone out of there. At that point, also, no one was sitting inside because of the COVID restrictions.
Okay, well, I just had that information about the ANC. I wanted that on the record. And I thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Chair, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I just want a record to reflect that as a part of their as a part of his application, what was submitted, an email was submitted from Dan Orlansky, single member district 1B02, where he says, I have no issues with you having a specific permit for the private event. Let me know if you need anything from me. I think that you can just forward this email to Abra and it should do. As for the neighbors, I think as long as you give them advance notice and let them know that it might be a little bit noisy, it shouldn't be a problem. So that's the email that was provided from the ANC to the owners of Barcardo, and that was submitted. Now,
just a question I have for you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Since you've been chairman, has it been a policy that the ANC itself has to send a letter to us stating that they do not have a problem, and then instead of notifying people after, everybody's notified because the ANC has published their letter? So was anything published this time other than a letter coming from one person to you or from the applicant?
Mr. Short, one of the questions I'd asked, I remember the question that I asked before was whether or not it was a letter that came from the ANC or was it a letter that came from the single member district. That was the question that I asked. And so I went to look at the application, and the application that was submitted, it was a letter from Mr. Orlansky, ANC 1B02. So I'm saying in the sense that the owner reached out to the ANC and the ANC responded. So I can't tell the owner whether or not the ANC, it's just a single member district or the entire ANC. I'm just saying what he provided to us was that he reached out to the ANC and the ANC responded and said, well, as far as the neighbors are concerned, I mean, this event is scheduled for the 28th. The board, let me see. board doesn't meet again until, and the board does not meet again until the 29th. So whatever decision that we make, we'd have to make a decision today because the board does not meet again until the 29th. Any other questions by any other board members want to ask?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Fisher, thank you for your presentation and attendance today. And I would like to state that I separate the substantial change application and the results on that from the filing of a different application for a one-time change for this event. So I do not confuse the two. This is, to me, a separate matter, has nothing to do with that matter. Now, what would be helpful based on what you're hearing from the chair and a commissioner is that if there is a memo or letter that is on the ANC chairperson's letterhead that stated that the ANC supports this, and that was put into the record, I think that would resolve whether or not Dan was speaking for himself or speaking for the ANC with the ANC knowledge and approval. So are you able to provide the agency and to this board for this record? Because you have had that conversation that the ANC will provide a letter based on the ANC's position as opposed to Dan's position.
I'd be more than happy to reach out to Dan and ask for that.
But Dan's not the chair, is he? Am I confused? Who is the chair?
All I know that everything that we have dealt with the ANC has been through Dan.
Dan, the single member. Okay, I understand that. So if you reach, what is your confidence on how quickly you could obtain, because you've stated that the ANC supports this, correct?
From the email that Dan sent to me, sent to us, yes.
But there is but rightfully based on our regulations, what we have to follow, we cannot just go on one single member district's position. And I hope you understand that we're not trying to be difficult on that point. We're trying to, cross our T's and dot our I's so that whatever decision we make is done properly. I will say that I don't understand what the reluctance is on anyone on this board of agreeing to this because, one, it's over at 9 o'clock. Two, I just heard you state that your venue actually closes by 10 o'clock. So I don't understand why we cannot just go ahead and approve this request predicated upon your agreement to get us a letter from the ANC before our decision can be effective. Because we don't meet next week because of a holiday.
Mm-hmm.
And as the chair correctly has stated, by the time we get to our next meeting, it's a day after.
Right.
So I think, I can't speak for the board, but I believe that if you were able to help us dot our I's and cross our T's, that we will not view this as part of a substantial change application. We will look at it wholly based on this one day with the knowledge that there is an ANC letter that supports it. Is that helpful to you?
Yes, and if I could reach out to Dan and ask for that ANC letter, I'd be happy to do so.
Now, I'm only speaking for myself, so that's not
Yeah.
a request from this board. I'm not making the request. I just wanted to have you explain to us if you believe that you could do that if the board decided, but I'm not saying that's our decision.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I think we all want this event to be safe. So you've heard concerns about the street, and I'm sure now that you have heard concerns about the street, you will take care of that. And also that people should know that when you are in this event, they should disperse from the street.
Yes.
Other than that, I look forward to seeing if we can work out this situation to be a positive result. So thank you for your time. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. I just want the record to reflect. The reason why we're having this hearing today is because a substantial change application was filed last year regarding the board issued a decision, and that's when I started this out. On April 27th, 2022, the board issued, we had a protest hearing. They had applied for a substantial change to get entertainment endorsement. Okay. We had a protest hearing. The board issued a decision on April 27th, 2022, denying a request. And the board basically stated that no amplified sound or music shall be heard outside of the premises, except for the normal use of the establishment's doors for egress and ingress. And the request for live outdoor entertainment is denied, and no live entertainment shall be permitted in the Sidewalk Cafe. That was the decision the board issued in April of 2022. We're now in June of 2022. This licensee is requesting a one-day substantial change for an event on June 28th, 2022. One of the particular, in reviewing our decision, this establishment had an event on June 29th, 2021, that the neighbor thought was so egregious. Because remember, what I stated was that, at least when I attributed to Mr. Cannon said, normally they're fine. Normally we don't have a problem with them. However, on June 29th, 2021, they had an event that so disturbed us. And because this event so disturbed us, that is why we're here today protesting for them not to ever do this again. And so that was what we did. This is what happened last year. So where we are today is to say, what has changed between April, when we issued our decision in April of 2022, for us to allow them in June of 2022 to have this other event. I hear what you said, Mr. Grandis. I think it's an impossibility for him to provide us with a letter of support from the ANC, because remember, I do not know if an ANC meeting will be held between now on the 28th, because it has to be a public notice. So the ANC just can't, the ANC just can't issue us a letter. It has to be a public hearing where they say we vote publicly and we approve this. So I'm not sure if he's able to do that. And Mr. Fisher has done the right thing. He reached out to Mr. Orlansky. It's not the ANC chair, he's the vice chair. So what Mr. Fisher has done, he reached out to his single member district person to say, you know what, I'm having this event. Does the ANC have an issue with it? And probably the process should have occurred is that once he reached out to his single member district commissioner, then that person would take it to the whole ANC, and then we would have gotten a letter. So I'm not going to blame you, Mr. Fisher. You did what you're supposed to do. If I'm going to put any fault with you, is that you should have come to us today to say that I have reached out to all the protestants, the people who actually, because they protested it differently from the ANC. Now, I think that, and I don't know what decision I'm going to make, but what would have been helpful is if you have stated today, I reached out to all the protestants and informed them that we were going to have this event, and this is what they say. So that would have been, so yes, you reached out to one side, and I'm going to say you reach out to the ANC, and ANC said that they were okay, but there are also separate people who protested. And so if you had also come to me and say, I've reached out to the protestants and I've assured them what we're going to have, then this would make it an easier decision for me to make. That's all I'm saying. I've not made my decision yet, but it would be easier because then you would have stated to me, I've reached out to the people who had some significant concerns with our event last year. And I explained to them, I told them the changes I'm going to put this year. And they have said to me, that's based on the fact that you have what you've presented this year. I'm going to get out of my house to ensure that you have a good time. So I'm going to leave to make sure that, knowing that it's going to be noisy, I will come back to my house at 10 o'clock because I never, that's all I was saying. Okay. So that's where we are today. So, I'm trying to, I'm trying to see if what we can do to hold, if I'm not sure. Any other questions by any other board members? I'm trying to see if are you able to make contact with the pro? I'm going to say that you've done your part in contacting the ANC. Are you able to, as the people who protested your license last time, do you have their contact information?
Yes, and I just want to also state that on Dan's approval of this event, that we have to reach out to them as well once it is approved, and we promise that we will do that. And we have all of their information as well.
But I know that's what the ANC stated.
Mm-hmm.
But are you able to contact, which would be easier? Are you able to contact the named protestants in your claim last year? Are you able to contact those people and to get feedback from them regarding this event?
Yes, we have all 10 of their email addresses.
And when is it that you believe that you could give us I think this is much easier to do than the ANC, because I believe the ANC would have to have a public meeting, and I don't know whether or not the ANC will have a meeting prior to the event. So I don't know if the ANC's meeting has occurred already. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna say to you that get a letter from the ANC, because the ANC just cannot give you a letter. They have to have a public meeting and have a public vote. So I'm not sure if that is, but I believe though that it would be much easier for you to contact the protestants to get some feedback from the protestants to see what views they have on this event. And I would be willing to hold the record open and to see. I know that the board will be off next week, but I would be willing to, and I don't know what how board members will vote, but I would be willing to keep the record open to get this feedback from the protestants to see whether or not where they are, and that would, because we issued our decision in April, and you're asking us to approve an event for June, that the community had a problem with in June of 2021. And you have not, at least currently, you have not provided us, at least in my view though, I'm not saying that I'm a no, but I'm not fully convinced today that the situation has changed where the community would say that we're okay with it. That's the concern that I have, because I'm afraid right now where I am, and I'm just speaking a lot, I'm speaking for myself, the community is going to say to the board, they had this event last year. I came down to Abra, I complained about it, and here it is again. They have, and at least for your own benefit, sir, when you go for your renewal of your larger license, for your larger license, then that's even giving the people more reason to protest your liquor license, because it's like they continue to do stuff. Let me see. Hold on. You continue to have parties, and I thought that you so any other questions by any other board members? So what I would say, if there's, I'll be willing to keep the record open for a couple of days, maybe till Friday, to see if you can provide us any. All right. This is what I will do, sir. And this is going to be, we're having an emergency. The board is having an emergency meeting tomorrow at 2:30. Okay? We're having an emergency meeting tomorrow at 2:30. I will give you till 2:30 tomorrow afternoon to provide us with some feedback from the protestants. And then we can have a public vote tomorrow afternoon, because we're going to have we have a meeting tomorrow that's not in our schedule. And so we're going to have a public meeting. So I will leave the record open until 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, sir, for you to provide Abra Legal with some feedback that you have contacted the protestants and get their feedback. I'm not saying that if all of them say no, that we're gonna, but I want to get some. The ANC has told you need to contact the protestants. I need you to contact the protestants, and I will leave this record open until 2 p.m. June 16th. And once we receive the feedback from the protestants from this license, we'll make a decision. We will vote on this at our emergency meeting tomorrow. If I believe that's been fair to you, and that will be consistent with what the ANC had informed you. Okay?
That sounds good to me. Do you know is it just the regular DC legal or Abra legal email address I should send that to?
Yes. So you have, I think that from what I saw before, you sent whoever you had sent your email to, I've seen that you had sent an email to Raina.
Mm-hmm.
So you can send that same email to her.
Okay. Will do.
So you can use that same email address, because I'm looking at the email that you sent. And so I'll keep the record open until 2 o'clock tomorrow for you to give us some feedback from the protestants. And you know who the protestants are, for you to explain, to get some feedback from them. And then the board then will use that to support whatever decision that we make, sir. Okay? Because I don't want yes, Mr. Short, yes, sir.
Will that communications from the protestants be in writing, or we just take someone's word for it? Will the protestants give something in writing to support that changed their minds since May?
Yes, I would. Yes, if I'll ask that he provide them. I know it's a short timeline, but your event is we're not having a meeting. So you can just ask when you contact them, you can, if by email, you can call them, email them, and just have them send to us. Send to us, copy us on their email to you. So the board will have, because I said before, I don't want this board for the community to come back to us to say, last year I told you that they had this event that so disturbed us that we protested it, and then you turn around and approve an event for the second year in a row doing the same thing. Okay, sir. So hold on. What is ABRA's? Let me. Okay, Marina is from. She's not legal. She's part of the licensing division. So I will let me. It's the email address abra.legal. Let me see. Let me make sure that I get the email address for. Let me get the email address for legal for you, sir. Of course, I should know, but if I'm going to give out a public address, I want to make sure that I have the right email address that I'm giving you. So let me get so abra.legal.dc.gov. So, all right, so you have basically 24 hours. I'm sorry, you have 24 hours to do that, because fortunate for you, we're having an emergency meeting tomorrow. It's not on our calendar. That's why it's an emergency. So we're having an emergency meeting at 2:30 tomorrow. So you have 24 hours to provide this information to abra.legal.dc.gov, and the board will use that information to guide whatever decision that we make moving forward to there. Okay, sir?
Sounds good. Thank you. I will reach out to them now.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. All right. The next case in our calendar, we're supposed to have a fact-finding hearing on Reginald Elichin, Eliacin, for a pub crawl event on October 29th, 2022. This case has been continued to August 3rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar, there was supposed to be another fact-finding hearing on another pub crawl event by Alex Lopez, that event for an event on October 29th, 2022. This case has been continued to August 3rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And the last matter on our calendar is for case number 21 CIT 00487, Vivid license number 105922. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise this morning on our legal agenda. And now we are at the end of our calendar for the day and agenda. Sorry, I believe that we have one other event that the board is not aware of. So hold on. We have another matter for the board's licensing. So we're going to move back to the board's licensing administrative docket. And earlier this morning we did the licensing administrative docket, and we read 14 matters, and the board agreed to all 14. So there is an additional number 15. And just before we vote, the licensing administrative docket is a docket where the board has already, the agency has already approved most of the the agency has reviewed all the documents, and this is the final piece for the agency to issue the license. So number 15 on the licensing administrative docket is from Gelato, and it's a retailer C restaurant, and it's a transfer with sale application. And so therefore, I then make a motion for the ABC board to approve this license. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. I want to thank the board for its vote on this matter. I know that, I want to thank the board for its vote on this matter. When it seems it's a little bit more difficult because we're not meeting in person, so when we're meeting virtually, so there's a lot of things that we have to do. We have to do when we meet virtually that would be a little bit different when we meet in person. All right, so we're now at the end. So we're now at the end of our license, our calendar, and our licensing agenda, and so therefore I am going to adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June 29th, 2022. On June 29th, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for June 29th, 2022, as published in the DC Register on June 24th, 2022. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
I will take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been properly second. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and address website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in the hearing today, and also to thank the members of the ABC Board who have participated in this hearing today. We're now adjourned for the day, and I direct all ABC Board members to return to Executive Committee for further action. Have a good day, and thank you very much.